Council will now come to order at 6:06. Roll call. Ms. Ludwig?
Here.
Mr. Shockley?
Here.
Mr. LeBlanc? Mrs. Dixon? Please stand for a pledge of allegiance. Mr. Shockley, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. May I have a motion to adjourn into executive session, closed pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A1, discussions of job performance, character, physical, or mental health of a person or persons, specifically for the council to interview candidates for the following boards: Library Board of Trustees, Sewer Subcommittee, and Zoning Board of Review. May I have a second?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second that.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, this evening we have two openings for the library board. Our first interviewee was supposed to be at 6 p.m.
Are we supposed to go into the other session now?
We should be in executive session.
No, Anne, I'm
No,
sorry,
we
you
have
have
to go to the
to
other
switch to
call.
the other Zoom
Oh, okay,
meeting.
all right, I will wait.
No, you have to switch, Anne. You have to use
So-
the other link to go to the other Zoom meeting, just like last week.
All right, so we're gonna leave out of this one, correct? And go into the other link.
Hang on. Jen made the motion, I seconded it, but we all have to vote. We haven't all voted to go into executive session, just wanted to call that out.
We do a roll call.
We got into, yes. Ms. Ludwig,
Yes.
Ms. Shockley,
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc,
Yes,
Mrs. Dixon. Okay, we are now in executive session.
so and now we need to go into Cody's first link that he
Yes.
sent us. It's a little different than when Mr. Rizzico was doing it.
So ask your doctor about Botox today.
Hey, Mr. Crossman, how are you?
I'm well, sir. How are you? Can you hear me?
I don't hear your audio.
Can you hear me now, David?
Hmm.
No? Can you hear me now, David? Hello? I'm gonna log out and log back in.
I can hear you, Russ. This is Raina.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Raina.
You're welcome.
David?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Oh, okay.
I had to put my air traffic controller headset.
Got it. So, tomorrow morning's meeting,
Yes.
legal counsel is coming for the applicant
Okay.
and their engineer is coming also.
Okay.
So,
Well, it sounds good. Hopefully we can get it resolved.
I hope so.
All right. We got a couple of minutes. I'm going to turn my video off.
I am too.
All right. I'll see you in a bit.
Yep.
No, I'm on. Hello, Joanne.
Hi, Ed. You missed me?
I missed you. I don't miss the meetings.
Oh. You don't miss setting them up either, do you?
No, ma'am.
Now I'm in the right meeting.
Hello.
Hello.
How was your trip?
It was good. Thanks.
Good.
Do we have everybody here? Yes, we do. Good evening. The public session of the Coventry Town Council is now reconvened at 7:06. Madam Clerk, please conduct a roll call.
Kimberly Shockley.
Here.
Jamie LeBlanc,
Here.
Jennifer Ludwig,
Here.
Ann Dixon,
Here.
Dave D'Agostino, and Benjamin Marchant.
I'm here.
We also have Ms. Mills with us this evening also, because she'll be presenting. Thank you. Okay. To members of the public, the council met in executive session at 6 p.m. for the following: closed pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A1, discussion of job performance, character, physical, and mental health of a person or persons, specifically for the council to interview candidates for the following boards: Library Board of Trustees, Sewer Subcommittee, Zoning Board of Review. The council reached consensus on candidates for the Library Board and the Sewer Subcommittee. The Zoning Board of Review appointments will not be made this evening. May I have a motion to adjourn from the executive session?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Any discussion? Roll call vote, Madam Clerk?
Kimberly Shockley,
Yes.
Jamie LeBlanc,
Yes.
Jennifer Ludwig,
Yes.
Ann Dixon.
Yes, thank you. Members of the council, may I have a motion to seal the minutes of the executive session? Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Discussion? Roll call vote, Madam Clerk?
Kimberly Shockley,
Yes.
Jamie LeBlanc,
Yes.
Jennifer Ludwig,
Yes.
Ann Dixon.
Yes. Agenda item D1, reference pages 11 through 13, appointment to members of boards and commissions. To members of the public, the council interviews all applicants for openings on boards and commissions. We have many more openings, and we encourage residents to look on the Coventry website for a list of openings. May I have a motion to reappoint to the Library Board of Trustees for a 3-year term expiring May 1st, 2024, the following: Gloria Martins and Colleen Duffy Golick.
I'll make
Make
the
a
motion.
motion.
Thank you. I think I
I'll
heard
second the
Ms.
motion.
Ludwig. Okay. May I have a second?
Oh, I'll second it.
Thank you. Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Kimberly Shockley,
Yes.
Jamie LeBlanc,
Yes.
Jennifer Ludwig,
Yes.
Ann Dixon.
Yes. Congratulations, Ms. Martin and Ms. Duffy Golick. You both have served the Library Board of Trustees for many years, and we're happy to reappoint you for another term. Congratulations. And please see our clerk to be sworn into these positions and these boards. Thank you. Next, reference page 12 to 13, 12 out of 13. May I have a motion to appoint to the Sewer Subcommittee for an unexpired term of office expiring January 1st, 2024. The following applicant: Lisa Costelli. May I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Any discussion?
Yes.
Yes. Ms. Ludwig.
Thank you, President Dixon. We have been searching for many, many months for someone to step up to the sewer subcommittee. And I just want to say a big thank you to Ms. Costelli for raising her hand and joining us to help this board. So thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Ludwig. Roll call vote, Madam Clerk?
Kimberly Shockley,
Yes.
Jamie LeBlanc,
Yes.
Jennifer Ludwig,
Yes.
Ann Dixon.
Yes. Okay. We are going to postpone the appointment to members of the Zoning Board of Review this evening. Do I have a second to postpone?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any discussion? Roll call vote, Madam Clerk?
Kimberly Shockley,
Yes.
Jamie LeBlanc,
Yes.
Jennifer Ludwig,
Yes.
Ann Dixon.
Yes. Agenda item E1, discussion of the Coventry municipal budget for fiscal year 2021 to 2022. Mr. Marchant, welcome. This is your first presentation of the budget as our town manager. We're looking forward to your presentation, and also it's first time for Ms. Mills, except for the meeting we had a couple of weeks ago, but this is a real official meeting and presentation. So we're happy to have you both join us. And Mr. Marchant, it's your presentation right now.
All right. Thank you, President Dixon. Members of the town council, Mrs. Mills and I have worked really hard in the last week, just meeting with each of the directors and each of the departments to get a really good understanding of their operations, their budget needs, the experience they've had through the level funding last year and where we are today. And what you'll see in the presentation tonight and the budgets that have been delivered to you is largely unchanged for most of the departments. A couple of the changes that were most notable were in the library, where we had some nominal increases for staffing, and in Parks and Recreation, we added back in an amount that had been cut, and we increased the revenues by 225,000, and then the expenses were offset by the same amount to anticipate increased activities and funds coming in through recreation programming. So those were the main changes in the actual increases. The overall expenses were able to come down significantly, mainly in the areas of insurance. Our general property liability came down very favorably. Our health insurance, we had budgeted a 4% increase and it came in at under 2%. And our dental insurance actually was down 6%. So all of these cumulatively affected a sizable decrease in the budget that was previously presented. One of the bigger changes that we went to a huge effort to provide greater transparency was in the reporting aspects. So this was more a change in the organization of the budget than in anything substantial, but previously there had been a line item for general government expenses. And Ms. Mills and I felt that it would be more appropriate to reflect these expenses in each of the departments where those cost centers are appropriated, so that we can have them tracked, and that there is a department director keeping an eye on those expense activities, as well as Director Mills and I. So you did receive a reference that showed how those expenditures had moved. For instance, a number of the expenses pertain to human resources are now reflected under human resources, including retirement coverage, payroll taxes, pension contributions, unemployment compensation, the employee assistance program, testing services and tuition reimbursement, actuarial services. So all of these are pertaining to human resources functions, and that's where we are showing those expenses now. On the professional side, we moved a number of things into the finance department, including the auditing services, other professional services, printing, office supplies, electric, telephone service. A lot of these services are purchased for the town as a whole or for facilities, and are managed through the finance department purchase services. There were a number of other things like the Patuxent River Authority. We moved to the civic department. The contingency fund is now reflected as a separate contingency fund allocation. Dues and subscriptions were moved to the town manager's department. Licenses and permits were moved to the town recreation department. And then fire dispatch services, those we've created a line for fire dispatch as its own location for those funds. That was an area that we were concerned people may not be aware of, that we have these contractual obligations to the fire districts and for dispatch services. A few things were moved to the tax collection department. The wastewater intermunicipal agreement expenses. Those funds have been budgeted but haven't been expended year to year. So we'll look at those as the year goes on. But sewer assessments and postage and things like that. And then there's transfer for the land trust is reflected in the town clerk's budget. Postage and equipment rental are all in the town clerk's department. See there.
Can you, by any chance, Mr. Marchant, share what you're looking at? We have
Yeah, let me
quite a few members of the public on, and
yeah, sorry, that would be helpful. I will wait for the host to enable my screen sharing.
Lisa, has this document been posted on the website along with the budget?
I don't believe so. This document was shared with the town council over the weekend, but I do believe we can post this to the website as well.
So that would be helpful, the budget plus the document.
All this information is in the budget, but this document shows how it was moved. Yeah.
Exactly. That would be helpful to everyone.
Okay. Mr. Wazika?
Yes, sir.
Can you give me rights to share my screen?
I don't believe I can. Cody is the
Oh, is
one
that
that
Cody?
brought
Okay,
this in.
perhaps Cody can,
Yes, he can. I will text him.
please.
While we're waiting for that to happen, why don't I just introduce all the members of the departments who are with us this evening. I'd like to introduce Mr. D'Agostino, who's our legal counsel. He works with our other legal counsel, Mr. Gorham. We also have with us, excuse me, we also have with us our town clerk, Ms. Amatrano. We have Mr. Russell Crossman, Director of Planning and Development. We have with us Ms. Monique Hool, who is our tax collector. Ms. Raina Blumenthal, Director of Parks and Recreation. We have Ms. Cheryl Wilcox, who is the Director of Human Relations. We also have Chief Frederick Heist III, who is the Director of Public Safety. We also have Mr. Kevin McGee, Director of Public Works. And we have Ms. Megan Whedon, who is the Director of the Library. And we also have Mr. Robert Robillard, who is the Director of Human Services. So thank you all for joining us this evening, and I'm sure the members of the council will have questions as we start to talk in more depth about the budget. So do we have screen sharing at this point in time?
Yes, I do.
I
Great.
just enabled it in. Sorry, nobody
Thank
told me
you.
they were back in normal session.
Oh, thank you. We'll get this straight soon.
Okay, can everyone see?
Yes.
Yes.
So this, like it says at the top, this is informational only to show how we have relocated these expenses that were previously lifted under general government expenses. So we'll make this available for the public to review after the meeting on the website. But as you can see, I had read through each of these lines on the first page, but you see that everything is kind of grouped under HR for this, finance department, each of these items. I think that'll make it easier to track and manage these expenses, and it's just a cleaner way to present the budget.
Mr. Marchant, are you sharing? I just want to make sure I'm seeing the right thing here. If you're talking about the informational only page?
Yes.
is that maybe on your other screen? Because it looks like the screen you're showing right now. Actually, am I on the wrong page?
No, this is a summary of expenditures that you're showing.
Oh, let me try again because wait.
There it is.
Do
Okay,
you see it now? Okay,
thank you.
thanks, sorry. So, here we go. As I was saying, this is the area, these are the items that were moved to human relations. Finance department. Here again is the Patuxent River Authority, contingency fund, dues and subscriptions, licenses and permits, fire dispatch services. Tax collector shows the Coventry wastewater intermunicipal agreement, sewer assessments and postage. The town clerk's department shows the transfer from the land to the land trust, postage and equipment rental for office equipment like photocopiers and that sort of thing, and printers. Some of these accounts were separated between different departments, and so some were moved to finance, some to HR. The fire dispatch services were set aside for the fire dispatch as a separate line item department. And then we have our insurance, general and liability was moved to finance, and workers' compensation was moved to HR. And the postage to the town clerk and the tax collection department respectively. So all of these expenses represented about $900,000 that had been all lumped under general government, and now they'll be reflected in each of these departments, which I think will make it more transparent and easier for the public to understand the budget when we present it. So those are the major changes. I'll switch to the other summary. Okay, let's see. Can you see the expenditure summary now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. As you can see in the summary, the expenses listed here are pretty consistent with what was presented last time. The town manager line was increased for the new administrative officer position. There were some changes in the other departments, some are down. Overall, we have a reduction in general government expenses of almost 5%, 4.93%. And public safety, it is really remarkable that we were able to hold the line at a modest 6% increase, considering the last year that we've been able to kind of hold the line against contractual cost increases and inflation. Public works, similar. These expenses reflected in their operations reflects an increased expense for deferred maintenance, infrastructure, and buildings is where major cost increases are coming from. They have a 16% increase overall. And then in public works, the building official and the engineering departments, those increases are going to go up as they become more active. There's kind of a ratio of the demand for services as new construction wants to get developed. That imposes more demands on their time, and there are corresponding revenues for building permits and inspections. The planning department, that really didn't change. They're at a 2.66% increase. We have the services. I mentioned the Parks and Recreation. Their expenditures did go up commensurate with their increased and projected revenues as they begin to implement programs again. Human Services is pretty flat. The library, we did make some increases there to recognize the value of having employees with master's degrees, that they should be making a competitive wage, and for the level of service that we want to continue to provide, we're hoping to reduce the level of turnover, because turnover in and of itself is a hidden expense that you can't reflect in a budget. So we want to try to reduce the turnover and have more stability and service in the library. So overall, we're doing really well with our expenditures, total increase of 6% on expenditures, which is really great. Our debt service is stable, and our CIP, we have funded at 300,000 more than last year. So back up to
You
the
just say
500.
what CIP?
Sorry, yes, capital improvements program. This is where we fund our road construction and repairs. And that can get eaten up really quickly on a single project. And so this 500,000 represents maintaining a little bit of maintenance on all the roads, and there are no single projects really called out in this. And that's where we're challenged because of the lack of increases in revenues last year. The town is falling further and further behind on the maintenance of its infrastructure obligations. We have 100,000 in the contingency fund. This is where we turn to when we have unbudgeted expenses, when heat pump goes out or buildings have leaks or other repairs are needed. That can disappear very quickly as well. But it's something that is wise to budget, so you have at least some options open throughout the budget year for the unexpected. So the total municipal budget, debt service, and non-general fund expenses are a 6% increase for 34,387,853. I'm going to go through the revenue side now. A lot of these expenses just reflect the cost of doing business to continue on the basic services that the town has had from year to year. There are no major changes in programs or funding or projects. For the revenue side, we budgeted 3.95%. We felt that was what we needed to target to maintain our current level of service without falling further behind. Really, that's kind of trying to balance the increased expenses from last year and this year going forward within that limit. We have variations in the motor vehicle taxes. And overall, our property taxes are going up a modest 3%. I think a lot of the other revenues have stayed the same. The one I wanted to call to your attention was that we have a pending legislative bill that is proposing to reduce the maximum interest that tax collectors can charge on past due taxes from 18% down to 12%. And to the town of Coventry, that represents a reduction in revenue of $140,000 to $160,000 a year. And that is also reflected in this budget because we anticipate it could very well pass, and we want to be prepared for that. as people come out of quarantine, we expect a lot of the activity revenues to go up. And so you see that represented in the general government operations, an increase of 28.89%. And an overall revenue increase of 3.4%, 3.04%. So that's the general overview, how we've approached the budget. That's what the summary looks like. If you have any specific questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them. We have the directors present that can speak to the items in their budget, and we'll leave it there.
Okay, what I will do is I will start by going and asking each member of the council for, 2 or 3 questions, general overview questions, and then we can go into more in-depth questions. I think that would be a good way to start. I had a little disadvantage because there are no page numbers on the budget. So I actually started to write in page numbers because I have questions on many pages, and I think it may be difficult to refer to each of these pages. So in the next rendition, we do need to have page numbers on our budget document. Mine doesn't have page numbers.
Okay, we'll add page numbers.
That would be great. So let me start with our Vice President, Ms. Ludwig. Just a few general overview questions, and then we can deep dive in after every person has been able to say a few general questions. Ms. Ludwig.
I apologize. I don't know what a general question means versus going into the departments.
Well, if we start going into the departments, you're going to go department by department. It could take you maybe an hour, and then each person might have an hour's worth of questions. So I thought we could start with just some general reflections on our revenues, expenditures, general overview questions, and then we can go into the deep dive for each department. Is it your preference to go page by page through the whole document first?
Maybe I can make a general comment first. So there is a lot of information here. And I think as a council, we've been trying to really ask a lot of questions, understand, who needs what funds. It sounds like Ms. Mills and Mr. Marchant have been focused on this very intently over the last few weeks. I know Ms. Mills was working on this all day Saturday, so I know that a lot of hard work went into this. I think we are obviously going to have some questions tonight, but I do want to just acknowledge that we've really only had this packet for a day. So again, I just want to say thank you very much for the work that was put into here. But I do think that we're going to have to talk about how we get additional questions answered after, when the appropriate time would be after this session. Just because we may think of things after this, just because it's a lot of information to have gone over it in a day.
Sure. I'd like to suggest that perhaps we begin with the questions that the town council had after the last presentation that weren't asked. That way we can continue where you left off, and hopefully we can get those questions answered, and maybe that'll better prepare you for another meeting after you've had time to digest these changes.
I do want to mention that we do have another town council meeting on the budget, work session on the budget on May 3rd. There's also a public hearing where members of the council may also ask questions on May 5th and May 8th, May 8th being a Saturday. We do have a regular council meeting on May 10th. We can always add an agenda item to discuss the budget again. And then we also have a meeting on May 17th where we amend and adopt the budget, but we can also ask more questions. So there are at least about 5 more opportunities where we can go into the budget and talk about individual questions that we have for each of the departments. So there's plenty of time to go into this budget and to do a deep dive. Any other questions you'd like to start off with, Ms. Ludwig?
In the interest of getting all of the questions answered, if members of the public and the council can send me their list of questions in advance, then we can prepare an FAQ or just a response to all the questions in a way that can answer it for everyone. That way staff has more time to find the answers and simplify the response and make it more transparent ahead of time rather than waiting until the 3rd of May to get the questions and try to answer them on the fly.
Okay. Are there any members of the council? I have questions I'd like to ask, but members of the council, do you have other questions that you would like to ask at this point in time? Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes, I do have a couple. Well, I have a couple comments first. I do know going department by department has been done for the past several years as I've sat through the meetings, and I think that's the most helpful approach, just for us to ask our questions, because the directors are usually available to answer the questions. So I just wanted to make that comment. So hopefully that's what we're going to do next. General questions. First, I previously had made a comment that I thought that we should probably come up with a list for capital improvements based off of the latest and greatest budget that was received. We still have 500,000 allocated to capital improvements. I didn't know if any thought had been given to specific projects yet, or if that's premature in asking that question. So I don't know if that, Mr. Marchant, if you.
I would say
Mills, maybe.
it's certainly not premature to ask the question. I have a list of capital projects that Kevin shared with me, and maybe he can speak to that briefly now as to the practice of how capital projects have been determined in the course of a budget year when a full capital improvements plan has not been funded. Mr. McGee?
Mr. McGee, do you have any response to the question about what capital improvements may be on the list?
There is a list that has been provided to Mr. Marchant and to Lisa Mills based upon what we've tried to get done over the last several years that have not been funded. We have projects like the Mill Workers House site remediation, which is a DEM requirement. We have the Upper Pond Dam stormwater treatment, the next phases of that project that we've been getting grants for, but we need some funds to be able to do some match. I'm not even going to talk about equipment, but there are projects that we need to have done. Townwide resurfacing. I've asked in my capital improvement program for 1.25 million each year, which only equates to $250,000 per district, so that we could move on asphalt projects for roads and for sidewalks. We have not had funds appropriated for major projects since the 2014 infrastructure bond was passed. We're 8 years and we've put no more money into the road and the infrastructure system. Town hall emergency generator, one of the only town buildings that does not have an emergency generator for communications. And our system is set up with our phone system and our cooling center, and we don't have a generator set up for the town hall at this time. There's some roof replacements that need to be done at the annex. Security partitions at the town hall and other town buildings. There is capital improvement just in public works for buildings and for building. We're asking for anywhere from 3.6 million to 2.02 million in each of the next 5 years to try to bring us back to where we should be. There have been reasons for neglect, but we have not received the funding that we need to have in order to keep the town together.
Thank you, Mr. McGee. Certainly, that's a long list. And if you could share that, or maybe Mr. Marchant could share that listing with the council, that would be helpful. I do think the council might want to discuss how we allocate at least the 500,000 that we currently have in this budget, so taxpayers know exactly when they're voting what that 500,000 is going to speak to. I think that would be important. Couple other general questions. I know Member Ludwig asked, and Mr. McGee actually just brought it up, but asphalt in the budget it's only, I mean, based off of what I saw, it's only about 100,000. I think Mr. McGee just spoke to 1.25 million per year. So I do think somehow we need to allocate more to asphalt. A lot of people complain about the roads. Member Ludwig had brought that up in the past, and I completely agree with her. So just wanted to call that out. In my last general question that I'll ask, I did see in the budget that the Coventry West Warwick intermunicipal agreement, the 200,000 that we previously had in the budget, it appears to me as though it was removed. So I didn't know where that 200,000 is in the current budget, but it's not in the same line item anymore.
No, that's the one that was moved to the tax collector's office.
However, yeah, and to expand on that, I did talk to Ed about that, and I don't have the agreement yet. I went back 2 years and I saw none expended in the general fund. So I did not put that any funds into that right now, because it wasn't spent in 2020 and it wasn't spent any in 21. So I didn't want to put something arbitrarily in there when I see no trail of it being expended. And it might be.
I would agree with that.
What's that?
I said I would certainly agree with that too.
So
I know that it was a big push to get it in the budget, and now we're taking it out. So, but if we are not using the 200,000 as presented, then I certainly agree with taking it out.
We'll do a little bit more research on that. Once I get the agreement, I through the course of these meetings and breaking out the general government department 950 and kind of bifurcating a lot of accounts and finding some interesting things. That's where all these miscellaneous types of expenses that really need to be held accountable by a department head, so we don't lose track of what's going on here. So that's the only one I couldn't find a agreement with yet. Everything else we found the contracts, so that's been held out right now.
Thank you, Ms. Mills. I sincerely appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I agree, kind of getting rid of some of the departments. We have many of them, so I actually appreciated the fact that you were kind of condensing them. And then just a last overall comment. I am very concerned with the 3.95% town-wide increase in the budget. I'm hopeful that going through the budget department by department, we might be able to reduce some of the expense. Hopeful, I said. But I do think taxpayers don't appreciate the 0 and then the 4% ask, and then going to the polls and then voting it down and then going again and again. So I'm hopeful that we can try to reduce the overall.
So, Mr. James, we do have 143,000 surplus right now that's not been allocated, so that could certainly bring the tax rate down.
I appreciate the insight there. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mrs. Shockley, questions?
I do, but I will tell you that, as far as this budget goes, going through it by departments, I agree, because I need to be walked through it. I'm not a budget expert. So just trying to make sure that I'm clear on something that I'm going to put before the voters is really important. I do wonder about some of the state revenues that we're showing. I just wonder why we're expecting increases there, and if we expect them. I know there's no way of telling with state revenues, but if we expect that to be consistent or year over, happening each year.
So
we've had some issues.
Okay. Do you want me to answer that question?
Please.
Okay. Hold on for a second. I'll get to that tab. So I went through all those proposed. They're all pretty firm. But the only one that it's not, and it's has me a little bit troubled, is the state housing aid, because that one's based on the maintenance requirement from the school department. And we did not meet the maintenance requirement last year. We lost $439,000. We can still recoup it if we spend the maintenance for this year and play catch up. Mm-hmm. We are working with Mr. Levis, both Ben, I, and we have gone over there to try to get the details of what they have spent for maintenance so far.
And what are we projecting to, there is a state law that's a mandatory 2.5%, so it's not optional. And when you don't make that mandatory maintenance, you don't get the state housing aid. They basically send the money back to you, and it's to prevent schools from just basically crumbling. And so unfortunately, we've lost money last year, and this year we got to work with, me and Ben have been working with the school department and trying to make sure, and Mr. Levis is still doing the number crunching for the 22, because technically they're a year behind. 22 will be for FY21 costs. So we're not 100% comfortable that is the number if we meet the 2.5% required by law. So we need to have a plan, both the school and the town, to make sure those maintenance requirements are met, or otherwise there's some lost revenue. And the state was pretty gracious last year by putting in an escrow fund, and which they don't have to by law. We could have lost it permanently. So that's the only one I don't feel comfortable with, and it's a big number. I'm hoping before we meet and before we have the meeting of the budget with the citizens, that we have that number nailed down. So.
Okay. And can you explain to me how the motor vehicle phase out tax works? Because it looks like that is seeing an increase for our revenues as well.
So basically, because we're not, we are eliminating the motor vehicle tax at the town level. So the state is basically reimbursing us for that, and that's their calculation. So that's where that number came from. So we're go ahead.
So the percentage decrease for us is a lot higher this year than last year, and that's why we're going to see more. So does this all come out in the wash? We were getting it from residents, and now we're getting it from the state?
It's technically supposed to, yes.
Okay, that makes sense. Can I ask about COVID money? So you're showing it $420,000 in the budget. So is that, and you're not showing any for this year. So I'm just wondering why that's in our.
Whoops, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
That's CARES funding. That was under President Trump. That was the funding we received for, COVID related expenses, and basically what qualified for that was our expenditures for the police department. So we're not going to budget for, we don't expect to receive any COVID funds for 22. We're not going to receive any of those. The only funds that are going to be released under the Biden administration will be for the school department, and that's roughly 4 to 6 million. So we're not going to receive any more CARES funding for 22.
So perfect. I'm glad we're not putting it in the budget, but I did think towns were receiving CARES Act money. That's not true?
No, we are for 21, but not for FY22. But you might be thinking of the funding that we're receiving for the school department. It's the $4.5 to $6 million. That's not the town. That's
no, I knew the school was receiving funds, but I thought the town was as well.
No.
There haven't been any specific funds allocated, so there's nothing to base a projection on, and we certainly wouldn't want to put it in the budget.
Yeah.
But with the American Recovery Plan and other infrastructure projects, we do anticipate seeing federal and state funding for roads and infrastructure, but we don't know what that is yet. So it would be premature to plan it.
Okay. No, and thank you guys for, I'm glad we have new eyes looking at our budget and going through everything. I don't necessarily feel my job is to question every decision my financial experts make, but I definitely want to make sure my understanding is clear. So thank you.
You're welcome.
We're happy to walk through the departments line by line and get all the questions answered. So
yeah, perfect.
We can do that.
We can start on that this evening. I have a couple of general questions. Now, the school is asking for a 4% increase. The total increase that would be about a 3.95% increase in the taxes. What percentage or what part of that is the municipal side versus the school side? Lisa, you're on mute.
She's calculating.
Okay.
So I'm sorry. Madam President. What was your question?
Well, I know the school is asking for 4%. They are by far a very large portion of the total budget that will be going before the voters. And so when the voters see 3.95% potential increase in the tax rate,
Right.
I'm curious to know what part of that is the municipal side, because we're focusing on the municipal side this evening. I mean, we could go through the departments and, take $10,000 off here and $5,000 off there, so to speak, but it may not be more than a drop in the bucket toward the total tax increase. So I'd like to understand where we stand as far as what we're asking for on the municipal side alone and how that's part of the calculation.
Right. So I think we did a slide presentation that first time we brought out that budget.
Yes.
And it's kind of roughly around 60%. But if you look at the numbers just above that 1.8 million, if you can actually see it, I don't know if you're on the right sheet. But we have a total increase in school and municipal expenditures of 1.8 million. And then we have the debt service and then the contingencies, which total out to 2.1 million. Well, the school is getting 1.8. So clearly it's almost at 50% of what we're expending here. And so if you look, and this might be a confusing concept for most people, but when you look at the state aid and the other miscellaneous. You would say it. Sorry.
You're a numbers person.
So you look at those two numbers, those are income that comes in and is also expended. So it's really not, in its true sense, 100% an expense for the town, because we're receiving their income and then it's getting expended. So if you look at it as a true natural expense, our appropriation of 1.8 million is really what's costing the town. And if you look at that and compare the 2.4, it looks a little less than 50%, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Oh, I understand it better. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
The other question I have for you is this. Where is the WED settlement money? I mean, I didn't see it. I know that we got almost $800,000 in the WED settlement. I don't know if it's in a separate account, how we are keeping track of it. So will I see it in this budget or not?
No, you're not going to see it in this budget because we just received it, and it was, this is the year to date. The actual column is only till December. So it was just recently received it. So you would have seen it in the actual column.
So where would I actually see it in the next rendition of this budget?
Well, I mean, I mean, where would we categorize it? It'd probably be in miscellaneous income. It could go into, I'm not sure what department we classify it, but it could go finance, miscellaneous income, or I'm not sure it really matters what department, or it could just be in the non-core function as miscellaneous income of 806.
So it would show up somewhere in this budget.
So yeah, it would be in that actual column, but because we just received it, it's April, 4 months later.
So we wouldn't, we're going to reflect it in the current year actual budget experience, because we already received it this year. We can't project it as a revenue for next year. And the only way we can show it in next year's budget is if we were to allocate it as an expense in some category. Now, it could be WED contingency or however the council wants to allocate it, but we would only show it as an expense for next year after taking it as a revenue in this year.
Mm-hmm. Okay. The next question I have is this. In many of the departments, there are line items for vehicle maintenance, et cetera. And what I'm questioning is, I'm not really sure how much we're spending on vehicle maintenance. And how do we determine when we reach the tipping point when we should be leasing out this maintenance versus keeping it in-house? So how do we make that determination?
Well, we are scheduled to have a meeting with a fleet company,
September.
and I don't know if you want to expand on that, Ben, on how they're going to really manage the,
Sure.
you want to go ahead? I'll let you-
So I've taken a community through this process before where we looked at the age of the fleet and did a projection and a cost analysis to see whether it would be beneficial to enter into a fleet services agreement. And the idea is that with a lease, you have significant savings up front because you don't pay the entire cost of purchase in one lump sum, and you just enter into a lease agreement. You still purchase the vehicle through state contracts, so you're getting it at a below market rate. But then instead of holding on to it until you run the wheels off the vehicle for 12 or 15 years down the road, you resell the vehicle within 3 to 5 years to recapture the market value of the vehicle and then turn it over into other vehicles. The goal is to reduce the overall age of your fleet. And, at some point, your oldest vehicles are costing you and not only in repairs, but lost productivity, being off the street for repairs and out of service. And, between police and public works, they each have their own thresholds of pain tolerance that they cross before they decide to retire a vehicle from service. And in some cases, they can hold on to some vehicles that don't get a lot of wear and tear for a long time. For the police, after they hit 100,000 miles, they have a huge value in being used for road projects because they're not patrolling anymore. They're really for safety purposes. They're still visible, but they don't continue to accrue the wear and tear that patrol vehicles get. So it varies from department to department, but what we would look at when we sit down with a fleet management expert is to find that that tipping point and to see how much of an investment the town could make into leasing before we could get really good returns on investment. When I did this program in Springettsbury, the target was if we replaced 3 vehicles per year over a 10-year time frame, we would be able to maintain the same expense line item in year 1 through all 10 years in year 10. So that's basically saying for the same price you're paying now, 10 years down the road, you're going to have no increases in inflation or parts cost or wear and tear because of the way this whole operation is self-amortizing and reinvesting so that you have newer vehicles that have more value, and that was the cost analysis. Here, it might be a different dynamic, but that's what we're going to explore.
Okay, thank you. And then I also noticed that we talked about this at the first meeting we had on the budget, and that is there needs to be some kind of review of the what we are charging for permits and licenses. I know that this may only bring in a small amount of money, but we do need to review that. So what would be the process by which we would, as a council, receive information concerning proposals for reviewing permits and costs?
So I think that is a conversation to have after we get this budget passed. I think there's a lot of things that Lisa and I would like to do with the budget that are going to take several months or the better part of a year to organize and implement. So when it comes to fees and for various services, those I'm going to work with each of the departments to look at what their fee structures currently are and kind of how they compare when the last time they've been revised. And then we will bring those individually to the council to consider increasing, or we could review them all together in revise the fee schedule across the board. But really, that's going to depend from department to department. Some fees have restrictions and limits on them as well by the state. So until we look at them, I can't say.
So my last general question is this: as I went through each of the departments, there is a line item or more for pensions. And I'm wondering, in what way are we able to manage how much we are paying for pensions? Or is this something that is just state determined and there's not much we can do as a town council to manage that cost? Because I saw there was an increase in pensions in every single department.
I think it has less to do with what the state has determined and more to do with the contracts and the employees that received guaranteed benefits in the past. And we really can't do anything to control the obligations that the town entered into 40, 30 years ago. And we'll just have to wait until all of those employees work through the system. And before we get beyond that, we can only look at how we can modify our contracts and agreements going forward to try to be more prudent. The key word is sustainable. Can you afford the benefits that you're offering today, 10, 20, and 30 years from now? I don't think 50 years ago anyone was using actuaries to do pension benefit projections. Similar to Social Security, when it was first adopted in the 60s, they picked the Social Security eligibility at 66 and a half because life expectancy was 64 years old. And so there were fewer people that were going to benefit from it. But then over time, as people's life expectancy increased, that's when the Social Security program got into trouble. So we're dealing with a little bit of those legacy agreements, legacy costs and obligations. I know that we're already looking at how to restructure some of our relationships with labor to reduce some of those projected costs. And so that'll just have to be determined with time, but there's very little that the state or anyone else can do about it at this time.
Okay, thank you. Let's do it, Mrs. Stockley.
I just want to ask a question off of President Dixon's. Are we paying right now in order to start paying down to decrease our underfunding in those pensions, or are we just baseline?
So we are trying to get ahead of it with the surplus that was identified. That would be one possible use for that surplus, to set it aside for pension contingency and retirement contingency. We have a number of liabilities that we've accrued through the pandemic that were above and beyond the normal rate of benefit accrual. And so a lot of these liabilities are things that are hanging out there for the town. Obviously, we can't set them the same dollar more than once, so we can't also reduce the tax levy and pay down our pension liabilities. But I think from a messaging standpoint, or even a decision matrix standpoint, the notes that I'm making and my takeaways from this meeting is for the next meeting is to find a way to present the balanced budget and then offer alternatives for the council to consider and how to massage it in order to meet the priority objectives. Maybe it's infrastructure, maybe it's putting asphalt in the ground, maybe it's reducing our pension liabilities, or maybe it's just reducing the tax levy. But a lot of those are going to be mutually exclusive.
Right. And I do, a report was just put out about all the municipalities, and Coventry's pension liabilities were very, very high on that report. And that is something that is going to continue to keep us down if we don't start paying into that and cutting away at it. Ms. Mills, whenever you speak about our bond ratings, that's one of our largest issues. So you know, it is something that we need to think about, not just what we want to pay for right now, but as we talk about these road projects and pension liabilities and how we're going to not just maintain, but start really taking care of those liabilities and those projects that need to be done, and taking care of them well, instead of patching on asphalt here and there, fixing roads. So I really do think we have to be forward thinking, while trying to also be careful with the funds that we have available to us.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Marchant, I would suggest that we start trying to go through some of these departments because there's a lot of information here. Perhaps we could start with a tax assessor department, which is Department 620, starting on page 3, I think page 3 of your document.
Let's see, 6. My document's out of order, so I'll find it. Here we go.
There it is.
I think she's in the revenues. Oh, okay, we're in expenditures.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think, do you want to look at revenues or expenditures?
Expenditures.
Yeah.
Expenditures. We'll
Yeah,
start
so
with this
that's on page
department.
29. If you've taken the time to number your pages, electronically, I have it pulled up this way, so
Okay, it's
it's
fine.
easier for me to see.
All right, could you speak to this? I didn't see Ms. Martini on the program this evening, but perhaps you can speak to the tax assessors department, please.
Yes, so the tax assessor department is one of the most understaffed with the greatest amount of workload. And it's already been running with a vacancy. And as we looked at the needs of the department, instead of having an assessor and 2 clerks, we determined that it would be most effective to try to hire a deputy assessor and hope to attract someone with the talent, skills, and experience to come in and bring immediate relief and leadership to that operation. So there's a proposed kind of changing the clerk to a deputy at a higher compensation level. This would be a non-union position and hopefully competitive with enough to attract someone with experience in Rhode Island doing tax assessments. This is the area where we determine a lot of our revenue. The tax rate is applied to the assessed value of the property. And this is a very, very important function of the town to build our revenue structure.
Okay, thank you. Questions from members of the council on the Department 620 tax assessor?
President Dixon, I do have a question.
Yes, Mr. LeBlanc.
This is just something for maybe Ms. Mills or Mr. Marchant to consider. If we're going to add a body to this department, another position, I believe we might want to increase the health care costs because it looks like healthcare ran flat.
Well, it's because it was previously budgeted for 2 clerks and the healthcare reflected those 2 positions as family. And so it's just the marginal difference in the compensation on the salary side that we're adding.
Oh, so last year's budget was a little too high? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it was.
It was a lower budget because we had 2 clerks and 1 vacancy wasn't filled.
No, I'm talking about the health insurance line.
Oh, yeah.
There was,
Oh.
since it wasn't filled, that there's two family plans for insurance budget in 21 and they only used 1.
Getcha. Okay, that's fair. I just was going off of last year's budget being accurate and then, but thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions from members of the council about the tax assessor department?
Yes.
Ms. Ludwig.
Thank you, President Dixon. So Mr. Marchant, I believe this is one of the areas that we had previously heard about, really needing someone in with that expertise level. I believe we I think we included this when we had originally gone back out the third time in January for a budget. So I just want to make sure my thinking's right on that, that this was one of the areas that we've been consistently talking about needing to bring in appropriate help. This isn't a brand new ask, but like
Neither Lisa nor I have that history, but I'll trust that that's the case because
That is true. That is true.
I believe that's one of the areas where the town has had a high degree of turnover in assessors. And it really is a function of insufficient staffing creating an unreasonable burden on the employees in that operation, in that function. And we're just burning them out faster than we can build it up.
Thank you.
I was happy to see that there was an increase for the department heads. I know we tried to do this in the previous referendum. But people, we need to be competitive. As you mentioned, we are losing very, very good people very, very quickly once they get here. And it takes time to get anyone oriented, and we're losing a lot of valuable time with all this turnover. So I was happy to see that there was a bump up for each of these department heads. So that I thought was a good thing. And I know that it's hard for taxpayers to see increases in salaries, et cetera, but we're not really competitive in the marketplace, and we need to do that because people want consistent standard behavior from all of these department heads, and they want to see improvements. We can't have that if we have a turnover every few months. Any other questions? Mrs. Shockley, do you have a question about tax assessor department?
Yeah, just because it seems to have gone up quite a bit. I'll compare it to 2020 instead of to 2021. Professional services is budgeted for $15,000. What does that encompass?
The assessor, because they're understaffed, they are going to be paying a consultant to go out and do assessments for them. A lot of this is just boots on the ground. You have to be able to go out and measure properties and get exactly accurate information. And when they're tied to their desk, they're not getting that done.
Will this extra person over time eliminate that expense?
Yes, or
So
reduce it significantly.
By adding a person who's truly a member of our staff for $59,000, we'll eliminate that $15,000 annual cost?
That's the idea, but the assumption is we're only that far behind that one additional person will dig us out of that hole.
Well, I was wondering that too, if it was enough staff. And then as far as the pension 401, now that is because that's the 401.
That's the defined contribution plan for,
yeah.
For employees.
So that's what we would be putting into the plan, not a pension. Once someone leaves
Right,
service
it's not
with
a
the town,
pension, it's a retirement plan.
right? But once someone, not a pension as people think of it, but once
Right.
someone leaves service with the town of Coventry, we are no longer paying for that.
Right.
That is their money. I just want to make that clear, as it's going to be an expense in every part of the budget for people.
Yes.
But yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions by members of the council on the tax assessor department 620? Ready to move on to the next department? It seems to be, it is, well, we have the state aid department. That's a little new department for us. Is there any additional questions or comments by Ms. Mills about this particular department?
The tax assessor
Are you
department?
still, are you still in state aid?
It says here, oh, I'm sorry, that was revenue, excuse me.
If you go down to the next one, number 30, Ben, let's see what that is.
It should be town clerk, right?
Tax collector.
Yeah, if we go right down the row, it would be.
That would be easier for those who haven't numbered their pages.
I totally agree. I wanted to number the pages. I was running out of time and I was like.
Okay. All right. So we're on the tax collector.
Yep.
630. I just have to find my page because that's where all my notes are. Okay. Questions by members of the council. Well, first of all, Mr. Marchant, general comments about the tax collector department.
Well, this is where you can see the Coventry wastewater intermunicipal agreement, 200,000 was removed. But other than that, there really weren't any changes made.
Members of the council, any questions about the tax collector department?
I just have one question.
Philip
Looks
Lang?
like, it looks like healthcare did go up pretty significantly, almost 50%, when comparing FY20 budget to FY22. I just didn't know if there was a specific reason.
Yes, one of the clerks did not elect healthcare in the previous year, and this year she is on the family plan.
Okay, that's fair.
So
And then, actually, no, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, questions from any other members of the council on the tax collector department? Okay, the next department, please.
That's the Board of Assessment.
Mr. Marchant or Ms. Mills, comments about this one?
This is for the assessment board. The board members receive a stipend. There really isn't anything in this budget to talk about. I think we can move on to.
I have a question about are we on to town sergeant?
Oh, the town sergeant?
Yeah, I just have a question. We didn't really meet in person during the whole year. So were we contracted to pay for a salary for someone who was not actually present during our meetings? Well,
I'm not sure I understand this position. I'm too new.
Okay, the town sergeant is a person who is present at a town council meetings. And
Oh, is this the safety assignment from the police department?
yeah, this person literally receives a check for $48 a week. I'm not sure if, if we're
That may be a contractual obligation and you
I
need to
would
have someone on standby.
What one would suspect that just because of COVID, you don't stop paying the person, but if you would like me to look into that, we can. I mean, it's pretty de minimis. It is $48 a week. So I would think ethically, I'm not sure if we would want to stop paying the person. And then when I don't know the answer to that.
I'm sorry, can I make a comment?
Sure.
So the town sergeant does do other things for us, especially when we have our FTM.
Okay.
He does things for us. He does sign documentation for us. So there are a few other things that he does do other than attending meetings. I just wanted to let you know that.
Okay, that's very helpful because we're not really aware of what that role is. So I'm just looking department by department and asking all the questions. Some of them may not be worth changing because they are so small as $48 a week. On the other hand, we are looking for ways to save some money when it makes sense and is reasonable to do so. So maybe we can look into that a little bit more. Okay, why don't we go to the next department, please?
Police.
Okay, we have Chief Heiss with us this evening. He's available to answer questions. Chief Heiss, would you be able to give us an overview, the council, an overview of this department budget, please?
As far as line by line or just in general?
In general, start, then we can go to specific questions by members of the council.
For the most part of the budget, it's been level funded other than contractual obligations or step increases. There are a few items in here that are new as far as one item in there would be the body cameras. Other than that, it'll be items that we had in the past that we had to cut that last budget. So it's just getting us back to where we were from the 0 increase last year, or a negative actually, really.
Now, Chief Heiss, are all your repairs and maintenance done through a vendor, or do you have your own maintenance fleet of mechanics?
We use 2 guys right on Tauig Avenue. They handle our fleet repairs.
And how long have they been doing that?
Oh, they've been probably doing it maybe 7 years or so, 8 years.
Thank you. Anything else that you want the council to pay attention to in this particular budget?
Just if you have any questions, if you have any questions you want to ask.
Okay, members of the council, questions on the police department, the police safety budget, public safety budget. Mr. LeBlanc.
Thank you for joining us tonight, Chief.
Thank you.
Couple questions. I believe that the major position is new. When do you plan on hiring that position?
It's actually not a new position. It's my old position. It's been vacant. We've needed that position. So as soon as we can fill it, would be top
Okay.
of my priorities.
So currently it's vacant. It's still, so it appears as though it's a new one, just because when I look at the FY21 budget or FY2020 budget, I don't see any salary dollars associated with that position. That's the only reason why I was asking the question, but appreciate the insight there. But it currently is vacant, but potentially it could go vacant for 6 months into next year, and we don't know.
No, I'll be looking to fill that as soon as possible.
Okay, that's fair. Healthcare waivers seemed, when I look at FY20 budget, which was approved by the taxpayers, to FY22, that went up almost 40%. Just didn't know why we budgeted such a spike in that.
So what happens is if an officer either takes the medical from the town or doesn't take the medical from the town, they would get a stipend if they didn't take it from the town versus if they do take it from the town.
So essentially, we're budgeting that we think more officers are going to be taking that benefit in the current year. Okay, that's
I don't
fair.
really see a difference in that line.
When you look at FY20 though,
Oh, okay.
I'm going
All
off of FY20 just because that's the last budget that the taxpayers actually approved.
Okay.
Photographic supplies.
So
I just wanted to at least speak to that because that spiked almost 4,000%.
that's the one that
Top of my account.
contains the body cameras that we're exploring right now.
Oh, okay.
Through the state, the Rhode Island police chiefs are exploring different vendors and things to come up with the best choice.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Ammunition and tear gas. Based off of my knowledge, ammunition is spiking right now. So I didn't know if we've budgeted for the spike in the cost or if we have contractual costs associated with ammunition.
So there's a spike in the cost. In addition to that, last year with budget cuts, we had to drop one qualification. And in addition to that, we have new recruits who will be hiring that'll use more ammunition at the academy.
Makes sense. Thank you. Appreciate that. Last, actually more, I'm sorry. Repairs and maintenance, it says comm equipment. I'm doing its communications. That spiked 85% compared to FY20 to FY22 budget. I didn't know if we were planning a large purchase or a major repair.
So one of the things that we run into is with the wind turbines, they've been causing interference with our radios. And it just doesn't affect us, it affects the other towns and stuff also off the 800 radios. REMA's been down to look at it too, and they've seen that that's the problem. So what happens is to counteract that, we'll have to put some equipment on the cell tower out there on Piggy Lane. The owners of the tower want to charge us $13,000 or $15,000 to put equipment on the tower, even though it's town property leased to them, or there was an arrangement, however they obtained that property.
Is it only interference in D1 or is it townwide?
It depends on where it's at. It's intermittent at times, and then other times you could be in a certain location. It's mostly the western end.
I wonder if we can take that offline, President Dixon, because I wonder if some of that 802 that we were paid could pay for that and it could come out of the budget. But my last question would be on motor vehicles.
One more thing back on that.
Oh, sure.
They're going to be looking for that a yearly 13,000.
Yearly.
It's not a one, as far as I know, it's not a one-time deal.
Wow. Okay. Well, thank you for the insight on that one. I appreciate that.
I can confirm that later on, but I believe that's
Yeah.
what it's going to be.
No, I really appreciate all your answers. I can stop there, and if maybe other town council people have questions.
That's fine.
But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mrs. Shockley?
Jamie asked a few of mine, so thank you. I do wonder though, just percentage wise, just because we're trying to come up with overall percentages, it looks like the addition of the major job added a 0% difference between fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 22. But it's a whole new position, right? Or at least it hasn't been paid for since you, I'm assuming, had it in fiscal year 2019.
Correct.
No, that's really more a question for Lisa. I apologize, Chief.
Well, was it not budgeted
Yes,
in the prior years, or was it budgeted and left vacant?
Ben, can you go, oops, I'm sorry. I was gonna say, can you go up to the salary line?
Yeah.
So approved in 19 was 95.
Or 91, 93, sorry.
93, 114.
Yeah, but it was, I'm sorry, there you go. So it was expended in 19, and it looks like, obviously, the chief took that promotion from major to chief, and then it wasn't filled since then, so. Is that correct, chief?
Correct, it was not filled.
No, I get that, but it doesn't seem like it was budgeted for either.
Well,
so it's a 100% increase to the budget, right?
Mr. Wazika is on. I think he has his hand up.
Yeah.
Just wanted to call that out.
Yes, I do see his hand up.
And like I said, I'm really just wondering to make sure that all of our numbers, I'm sure your percentage total pulls from what you're getting on these line items.
It might have been budgeted and then taken out, because the police department, I work with Therese over there, and she does an outstanding job with the detail of this breakout of all these different titles and the different types of pay. I mean, when I had to go back 2 years, there was only 1 year that was off $4,000. It's quite amazing to reconstruct that. So I would say it wasn't budgeted for, because all the other numbers seem to tie. It
could be looked at later. It's really just a question to make sure that we're giving the right percentage increases.
Yep.
Are you all set, Mrs. Shockley?
I am, thank you.
Okay, great. Mr. Wazika, you had your hand up?
Dr. Dixon, I just wanted to explain that budget, that major's position was budgeted in the budget. It was in there. Why it is not showing up in this rendition of the upcoming budget, I don't know. It was there. I chose not to fill that at the time because of the fact that we had no budget. We were moving without one, and I did not want to put that $100,000+ in if we didn't have funds, and I didn't know where we were going by being able to survive with what we had. So that's why it was not filled, but that was budgeted in there. There isn't an increase in this one over that. That should be there. Why it's not, I don't know, but it was in the budget. It was never removed from the budget for last year.
Okay. Seems like it's pulling it from somewhere.
It should be in there because it wasn't removed. So I don't know why it's not. If Therese may have just used the fact that we didn't spend any money on it, but it was in the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Wazika. Ms. Ludwig, questions?
So I'm
I just
assuming.
want to add that, I'm sorry, that the 21 budget did not get, obviously, they did not get passed. So it reverted back to the 20, and it wasn't in the budget in 20, but that's only the documentation that I could see. So you know, I can only speak to what I've seen in the paperwork, so.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ludwig?
Yeah, I have a few similar questions, and it sounds like the reasoning that was just given may apply to as well. So, for example, on motor vehicles, where we see, proposed 168,000, but nothing was spent in 2021, and the number doesn't tie to 2020. So this 168 is showing a 0% increase because there is nothing in 2021. But then how do we look at it from the year before? Is it that it was budgeted but not used?
No, so, I mean, I tied each department's budget to what was in the, online. So it wasn't even put in there as far as I could see. So because the budget wasn't passed and they technically you have to revert back to the prior year's levy. So what that means is you cannot raise the taxes. So the levy, the revenue from the levy has to be at the same rate it was at the same amount it was in prior years. It doesn't mean that each line item has to be exactly the same. The total is supposed to be the total is supposed to be the same.
Okay, so okay, thank you. So is a better way to look at this, because this actual number for 20, I guess it's 2020.
Yeah.
Well, no, we don't have today's actual budget, but is what we're saying, there's going to be whatever number we used in 2020 will probably be around there for what's used by the end of this fiscal year for June. Just because the number isn't there now, it doesn't mean it's not going to get spent.
Are you talking about motor vehicles?
Yeah, I'm just trying to wrap my head around. I think this goes back to what we were just talking about a few minutes ago. So if you look at motor vehicles and it says approved and actual numbers in 2020, and then we don't have any number yet in 2021.
So,
and then we have a proposed number, the 168. So I'm just trying to tie my head around.
So these are for purchasing actual vehicles, and we don't have any vehicle purchases in 2021. So there isn't going to be an expense this year because we just haven't bought the vehicles. So what the number we have shows is the purchase of 3 vehicles for 2022.
Right.
And that includes the base cost plus the upfit.
I think what everyone's trying to wrap their arms around is just because the budget wasn't passed in the prior year, that those exact line items are going to go line by line and they're all going to agree. That's not the way it really works. It's just in totality, the town's budget cannot exceed last year's levy. So if you look at the chief's budget for 12,205,794, in the following year it's 12,554,696. They're not going to be exact numbers, but when you go to the end of the town of Coventry's total expenditures, it cannot increase beyond the levy of the prior year. Okay, so I think that's what's getting people confused. It's not going to be line by line that it's going to tie. It's going to tie in totality.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
So I do have a few more questions. Maybe I can direct this to Chief Heiss. I noticed there is a line item for a canine unit. Are we looking to bring in additional dog there?
Yes, we're looking to get a new dog and have it trained, be for rescue, be for drugs, and be for searches.
Okay, great. And then just to go back to your point, you had mentioned the body cameras. The body cameras, the canine unit, these are all things that sound like totally appropriate for the size of our community, for being competitive with officers that we see come in and they train here. We don't want them leaving for other units when they see that they have other things that we don't have. So these are all things that, to me, sound totally appropriate to be putting in a budget like this. I did have One other question. I don't know if you might be able to answer this or Mr. Marchant or someone. I know the new building has, or I believe the new building has electronic radiators, but I see line items, for example, for heating fuel oil. So that just caught my eyes. How does that work?
So our Sally Port is fueled by propane. That'd be
Right.
where that would come from.
Okay. All right. I think those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Chief Heiss, from time to time, I get complaints from residents in the western end saying that there are dead spots in Western Coventry and there can be no communication between or among police officers. Is that still an issue?
We still do have issues occasionally, depending on when you're at. And that also ties in to the problem I was talking about earlier with the radio interference from the wind turbines.
So what can be done about that?
The option would be to put equipment on the cell tower out there, and that would redirect the signals to improve reception and reduce interference.
So what is the estimated cost to do that? I mean, I'm thinking not only about the residents, but I'm also thinking about your patrol officers who are out in that area and who may have limited ability to communicate with the head department.
Right, that's what this would take care of if we were able to put the equipment on there. REMA's even come down and taken a look at it, and they've noted the issue too.
So which line item is that?
That'll be the communications, repairs, maintenance, communication equipment.
So that would take care of that issue for us?
Right, it's like 13 or 15,000 for us to put the additional equipment on there. Yeah, repairs, maintenance, computer equipment.
That's a particular line item that I can't really.
Yeah, this is different from the way it was a line item before. It's on the, if you, it's a 50, you look at it 59%, 59.03%. That's where that line item is.
Mm-hmm.
That's one, right? He just highlighted it, that one there.
Okay.
That's where it's on, repairs, maintenance, and communication equipment. That, in addition to that, that line also is for, basically we've fallen behind in our portable radios and in-car radios with the, they're like 10 years, over 10 years old. So they're beyond Motorola servicing. So to do that, we need to get new radios with that. So we have a program where we look to do a series of radios. Last year we did 15 of them. We were able to get done. We still have about 39 to do now.
Right. I remember that coming before the council from time to time. All right, so my next question has to do with body cameras. Do any of the policemen wear body cameras now?
No, this will be a totally new program.
A totally new program. So is the intent to put a body camera on every single person in the department who's out on the road?
Yes.
And what kind of cost is that going to be? Just to repeat again.
So initial cost, it seems like it'd be between $1,200 to $1,800 per officer. The Rhode Island police chiefs and the AG's office are all looking at different manufacturers to see what kind of, by doing a state buying program to reduce that cost. So that number would go down, or could go down to a more manageable number.
So right now, what's your estimate that it would be?
I think it's gonna end up around the $1,200 mark per officer.
Okay, and how many offices do you have?
We have, there's 57 officers. We wouldn't do all the officers. Like administrative staff that's inside the building wouldn't need it. But it would be all the patrol officers, most likely detectives.
So of the 57, how many do you think would be getting these body cameras?
I'd estimate maybe about 40 to 45, 40 to 50, somewhere in that range.
Okay. So once there is a body camera on, is there some type of maintenance per year, or is there a lifespan for these cameras?
So you'll have, the problem you'll have is storage. There's gonna be several problems with it that we'll have to work through. Be policies, we'll have to develop policies for it. You would have your APA requests for giving the information out to the public. And then we need somebody to oversee and make all these redactions for the program itself. And in addition to that, to me, it reduces the liability on the town because it also and reduces the liability on the officers and also helps protect the citizens. So it's a program we're looking to go towards, and I think most of the state is going towards it.
It certainly seems reasonable to have a program like this. I was just concerned about, the cost, what it's going to cost, and how we make sure that we have enough money in our budget to support the program.
Right. I'll know more once they're done with the research, and be able to show you guys with a presentation as far as what the program will be.
Okay, excellent. So perhaps an update in a couple of months or so from now, you can give us a little more information on this program.
Yes.
Excellent. Are the members of the council any other questions for Chief Heiss? We all set to go on to the next department? Okay, Mr. Marchant, what is the next department?
Police civilians, non-dispatch, number 711.
Okay. Chief Heiss, could you talk to us about this department, please?
So these people would be anybody that's inside the police department that are not dispatchers, any civilians that we'd have here, staff, it would be clerks, it could be administrative staff, our MIS, our computers, IT people, person, maintenance.
Anything outstanding that we should know about?
There's nothing really, other than step increases or contractual obligations, there's nothing else.
Is the MIS manager a full-time position?
He is.
Okay. Is there anyone else in the department who does any IT work?
No. He pretty much does the whole department, and he'll help out other departments too, within the town that need it.
Okay, thank you. Question, anyone else have a question on this department? Okay, Mr. Marchant, the next one, please.
Police dispatchers next.
These will be the dispatchers for the police department.
Any particular issues or challenges that we should know about?
There's not much of a change within this budget. Step increases and contractual obligations.
Any members of the council have questions about police civilians dispatch, Department 712?
I just had one. Overtime, when comparing FY20 budget to FY22, went up almost 38%. I just didn't know why that was, why overtime was spiking.
So during that time, we had a part-time dispatcher that we weren't able to fill, and that had certain shifts. So since then, through negotiations, that spot has been done away with, basically. So it should even out now, and we won't have as much of the spike that we had.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that was worked out in the contract, the municipal contract that the council just recently approved. Is that correct, Chief?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, moving on, the next department, Mr. Marchant, Animal Control. This is yours, Chief Heiss. I believe it is.
Yes, this is mine. This one here is also, it's for the animal control. Basically, there's 3 animal control officers. There are going to be step increases and contractual obligations also.
Any questions by members of the council about Animal Control Department? Okay, next department, please, Mr. Marchant.
That's the rest of the animal control. Emergency management.
Chief, you're a busy gentleman this evening. Emergency Management, Department 750.
So this one's going to be overall, other than just the raise, there was an increase due to having fire CAD system that they recently implemented. So the town pays a portion of that, as does the other fire departments. That's where that increase comes from. They used to do everything by pen and paper. Now they can actually go to computers. So that's the increase.
So what percentage is the town actually paying versus the individual fire districts?
So they pay, each one of the districts will pay half of what the town does. So if the town put in 10,000, they each put in 5,000. Correction, that 2,500. Sorry.
Is that some kind of agreement that was forged many years ago, or is this a recent agreement?
No, this has been going on for quite some time. I imagine it would date back probably maybe 15 years ago, 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Well, basically what it is that's not all that this money does. It goes into a fund. So if we had communication issues and we needed to pay for it, we could pull out of that fund and cover, like if something happened with a tower, like a lightning strike or different things like that.
Members of the council, questions on Emergency Management Department, which was very busy this year, wasn't it?
It was quite busy.
Very, very busy. Ms. Ludwig.
So actually, I wanted to know, Chief Heiss, if you could give us just a few more examples. So of what the department does. So for example, is this some of the COVID work that had to get done, or you just said something about, if lightning strikes? Can you just walk us through another example or two?
So basically, you guys are all familiar with Jill Nebraska. She's listed up there. That's her. She kind of ran our COVID clinics with the rest of the department heads. It could be a blizzard, it could be any sort of natural disaster or something like that she would end up assisting with those. As far as also dam planning, different plans that we have, she helps with all that.
Okay, thank you. And then if I can maybe go back on a comment, President Dixon, that you had just asked about kind of where the line is drawn between the fire districts versus what we're paying for at the town level. So Chief Heiss, can you just walk us through again the dispatch personnel salaries have a split in them? Is there any other type of agreement? So for example, I know they have their own area in the new police building. So if there's, is there like how do you separate out the fire expenses versus police department, town, et cetera? Or is there not a split except for just the percentage of personnel?
So as far as the personnel, they don't have nothing, they don't have anything to do with the police department or the town. That's all run by the Hopkins Hill Fire oversees that. They're in our building, but there's no, they don't pay like a rent or anything like that. It's no, they used to be in a town-owned building when they were on Main Street. Now they're just located in with us. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Okay, so they hire their own dispatchers, and that's not in this budget?
It is not in any of these town budgets, no. At least that I deal with.
Okay. President Dixon, I'm sorry, can you repeat what you said earlier? Then I wasn't sure what position you were talking about. There was like a percentage paid by the town versus the fire side?
That was so for me, I said that. That was
oh, I'm sorry.
That was the radio maintenance fund. It's basically what we call it. So if there's each of the town chips in and all of the fire districts chip in, and they pool the money, and some of that money was used when we moved over here to for equipment and all for the fire department also. If there is a maintenance that need to be done on a tower or fiber optic or anything like that, we could use that money for, it's mainly for communications.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Questions for any other member, from any member of the council? Okay, moving on to the next department, please. School crossing guards. Is that you, Chief Heiss?
Yes, that's me.
Okay, there's never an end to it. Your responsibilities. No wonder you need a major right away. Okay, tell us more about the school crossing guards.
So with the crossing guards, there's no changes to this budget. We have 4 crossing guards. They handle usually on average several posts a day, and they're overseen by a supervisor, crossing guard supervisor. But other than that, there's no change to this budget.
Okay, members of the council, any questions about the school crossing guards?
I just had a general question.
Certainly, Mr. LeBlanc.
The department title makes it sound like it's a school expense, and I just didn't know why it was on the municipal budget.
Some jurisdictions do it with the school department handling it. Ours, as far as I know, it's been this way forever. So I'm not sure when it changed over.
I was just wondering. It sounds like as though it's a school expense. That's all. But thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. LeBlanc, that's a very good question. Should this be changed to some other name, Chief Heiss?
Well, they are crossing guards. They go to the school, like at Western End, they cross the students there.
Okay,
I'm not
so
sure.
they are at the schools. Okay.
Right.
Mrs. Shockley?
I don't know if this would be the reason, but they are definitely standing in our main roads and directing traffic. The middle school crossing guard is directing pretty major traffic. So I don't know if that would be a reason. I know it's because of the school. But the traffic situation is kind of everyone's concern.
I understand your point. We're just thinking about where these guards are actually positioned, because it only seemed like there are 4 of them, correct, Chief Heiss?
There's currently 4.
4. So they're not at every school, just at certain points?
Well, they have various posts they would go to depending on the time of day.
Oh, okay.
So they'd go to one post for it's about 20 minutes at a post, and they go to another school. There's kind of an overlap, or actually a separation, I should say.
Okay. Good information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the school crossing guards? We're learning a lot this evening. Okay, next department.
And that's where we put the fire dispatch fees.
All right. Any questions on this? All right, next department.
Yes,
I'm
question.
sorry, Ms. Ludwig.
Um, Can you just walk us through, Chief Heiss, what the fees go towards then? Because I thought we don't charge rent, and they hire their own people. So what do the fees go to? Are charged for?
Talking about the EMA funds?
No, the fire dispatch fees.
It says fire dispatch fees, proposed.
So those are the services. Those are their salaries, their pension, all that, which is handled by the Hopkins Hill Fire under Chief Brown.
Whose
You guys,
salaries?
are these members of the municipal union?
No, they're not municipal at all.
They're not municipal at all.
So
I'm getting confused because there's a $428,000 line item proposed for dispatch fees.
So I could maybe help clarify some items, Miss Jen. I just received a fire alarm agreement. It was signed in October 2020. And it's, you want me to state what the services are for? It says, in response to your request for proposal dispatch services, the Hopkins Hill Fire District is prepared to continue to provide management control over the Coventry fire alarm headquarters. So that's basically they're managing the control of, it sounds to me like is it the whole 911 system, Chief, or is it just the fire?
They just handle the fire side.
Okay. So they're managing the whole dispatch service for the fire department. That's what these fees are. It's this last contract that I just received. It's roughly 420. It's okay. Next year, the 428. The following year, 432. Then 437. It's contracted out to 2026.
I guess I'm confused here because so we as a town are paying the dispatch fees. This is an expenditure for us.
We're paying the Hopkins Hill Fire District to manage this for us. I think that's what the contract is between the town and the Hopkins Hill Fire District.
But what
So
are
is
they
it because
actually
they don't know
managing?
how to break it down? I'm sorry, Jen, for interrupting. Is it so that it gets broken down per resident as opposed to per fire district? Because we pay a fire tax.
Well, this is what was very interesting because I found when we were breaking out the general fund, Department 950, this was in professional fees. So I thought this would be obviously bringing it to more transparency here, that what we're actually paying for, I didn't even know about that either. So that's all. I don't know if Ed could add to this, if he's on the call, but I don't know if Ed could add to this whole fire alarm agreement.
It sounds to me like they've separated out the dispatch services for fire as separate from fire service.
Correct.
So they're two different business cost centers, and that we're paying for both of them. We're paying for the basic operation of the fire service at the firefighter level and the equipment and the rigs, but then the dispatch is almost a separate fee we're paying for the services. And I don't know how the cost structure was structured, if it was by the number of calls originating from Coventry or by some other manner.
Mr. D'Agostino does have a comment. Mr. D'Agostino.
Yes, Madam Council President and the other members, I hope I can add some illumination to this. The fire alarm dispatching services are contracted out, as Ms. Mills noted. There is a contract in place through 2026. Periodically, every 4 or 5 years, this service was put out to bid. And it so happens that the Hopkins Hill Fire District has provided the services, having been awarded a bid the last several years. The reason that it is done is so that there can be dispatching from a central location. When the new police department building was created, it allowed for a centralized dispatch. So the dispatching center that used to be at the Merck building on Main Street, right across the street from the old Washington Fire Station, that used to be the building from which fire dispatching was handled throughout the town. Even though there are different fire districts in the town and people pay their fire district tax, the fire dispatching was always done separately. So this is something that the town basically puts out to bid and has a contract with, it happens to be Hopkins Hill, who provides dispatchers who have a particular experience with EMS. And with the new police station going in on Wood Street, they have combined the physical dispatching location so that police dispatching and fire dispatching are essentially out of the same building now, although, and Chief Heiss can correct me, they are, I believe, 2 distinct operations. But that's what the services are. They're contracted. It has nothing to do with the actual fire suppression and EMS services, which are paid for by separate taxing authorities, separate fire districts. I hope that answers the question.
So, Mr. D'Agostino, just so I understand, so if I call 911 and tell them I'm in Coventry, I have a fire, regardless of where I am, doesn't matter whether it's, whether I'm in District 1 or District 3 or wherever, that 911 operator is going to route me to the person sitting in the seat who will take my information and determine which fire company to call.
That is correct. And the reason for that is that fire dispatching is, even though there are separate fire districts, the dispatching function is actually a townwide response. Let me give you just a brief example. So Western Coventry may have a call for EMS service. If their rescue is otherwise engaged, then the next closest fire district, be it Central or Hopkins Hill or the Anthony Fire District, would actually be part of that response time. So no matter which district that a taxpayer happens to be in, they may be serviced by their own fire district or another Coventry Fire District responding in in-town mutual aid.
Okay, thank you. So this is for the people on the other end of the phone that are helping get the appropriate people involved. Do you just know approximately how many people are involved?
I'm sorry, I don't know how many dispatchers there are. I think Chief Heiss might be able to inform you of that.
I thought there was like 5 of them. Again, they don't fall under me in my command, so I'm not sure exactly.
I have the contract in front of me and it says a total of 4 full-time personnel. Did everyone hear that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, members of the council, are there any other questions on the fire dispatch fees department?
Yes.
Ms. Ludwig?
Yes, so I'm just pausing because I'm seeing this information for the first time and I'm just needing a moment to think. So that's why I'm giving the impression I have no more questions, but I do. So I don't see this broken out the way we usually see the other items broken out. So Lisa, is that maybe just because we have the contracted amount versus when it's, for example, town and they have like the pension line and the healthcare or, that type of thing?
Correct. This was under professional services in the general fund before. And then when I started digging into the general ledger detail, I discovered this vendor, and then I read the contract. Ed provided the contract to me. So yeah, because they're not employees of the town, it's a contracted service. So we don't have to pay for in theory, we're not paying their taxes and their insurance. They're an independent contractor.
Okay, thank you. I'm all set. Thank
Mr.
you.
LeBlanc?
Thank you, President Dixon. Considering we got the materials for this meeting yesterday, is it the plan to go through every single department right now? Or I know you listed out a lot of different dates at the beginning of this meeting. A lot of them were in May. But I just wanted to make sure that the town council members had enough time to go department by department, line by line. Because I just don't feel like we've had that time. And we're, as Jen or Member Ludwig just mentioned, she's trying to come up with questions as we're reviewing. So I didn't know what the game plan was for the rest of the meeting.
The game plan is that we really needed to start talking about the department so that the department heads would get an idea of the level of details that some of the council members would ask. Since we tried to stay to a 10 o'clock end time for us, and I'm looking at the time, it's like 9:17. I'm thinking that when we finish with Chief Heiss, we will move out of the public session, go into our we have to move into public comment. Then we will move into our executive session, and then we will resume going through the departments at our next meeting, which would be May 3rd.
Okay, thank you.
That should give everyone plenty of time.
I
Then
appreciate the clarification.
yeah, and then as you go through the other departments, if there are some questions that come to mind for the departments that we've already discussed, you have to let us know so that we can call back the department head. For example, Chief Heiss, if we have more questions for him, we'll have to make sure he's on the call for May 3rd. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to be here.
Understood. Thank you.
So I don't know if there are any other areas under your purview, Chief Heiss. We'll have to find out from Mr. Marchant what comes next. Roads and
We
bridges.
jump into Public Works next, so
Okay.
he's got a break.
look, I think Chief Heiss is, any other questions for Chief Heiss this evening? All right, Chief Heiss, thank you so much. And I also want to thank Lisa for pulling this out for us because we're finding out much about what is under Chief Heiss's responsibility area, what's in his building. And we're finding out more about some of these professional services that, as Lisa said, were in other categories and we were really not aware of what this all meant. So thank you, Ms. Mills, for your creativity in helping us have a more transparent budget.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
We're going to end the discussion here. What I'm going to do is ask for a postponement of agenda item E2. We didn't get as far along in our presentation this evening as we had expected. So I'm going to ask for a postponement to May 3rd of the discussion of the plan to present the budget to the public. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Any discussion? All in favor of postponing item E2, discussion of the plan to present the budget to the public to May 3rd? Please raise your hand. Okay. Thank you. The vote was 4-0. The motion passes. First of all, before we go into public comment, I'd like to thank the other department heads who are with us this evening. We invite you back on May 3rd. We hope to see you and we will be ready for questions on these other departments. We're going through these in such great detail and there are so many more pages of this budget. I can't even guarantee to you department heads that we'll be through everything on May 3rd. But that's okay. If we need more time, we will take more time. So thank you all for joining us and I hope it was valuable for you to learn about the other departments as it was for us to hear about the ones that we've already discussed. I'd now like to open up the discussion to public comment. Are there any members of the public who would wish to speak?
There are 2 people with their hands raised, if you'd like me to let them in.
Yes, please do let one in at a time, please. Members of the public, as you enter, please tell us your name and your address. And we're limiting comments to like 2 to 3 minutes max so we can have enough time for our complete agenda this evening.
Hi, my name is Lisa. I live at 74 Wisteria Drive.
Welcome, Lisa. What is your last name, please?
Moran.
Moran, thank you.
And I just wanted to, a few of the points that I had raised my hand a while ago and I saw that you guys actually brought up. One is the school crossing guards. So I did hear you mention, Ann, that you perhaps said something about renaming that position. I feel like, that's for the school. That's the school crossing guard. And why isn't that taken out of the school budget? Granted, it's not a huge part, but since they do get the majority of the budget, I feel that they could cover that. And also the same with the fire dispatch fee, but you guys did just talk about that as far as why isn't that, we pay a fire tax, which not a lot of towns do. And I really feel that should be able to be covered in the fire tax. And then I just wanted to thank you, Jamie, for bringing that up about the question of the school guards. And thank you, Ann, for your detail to attention about breaking all of these details down. And I do hope that, that same diligent attention to detail is given to the school budget also come when that starts again. But yeah.
Thank you, Lisa. We were discussing the school budget on April 27th. And if that's a Tuesday, and if we need more time, we will simply add another session. But we will also be having a public hearing, which will be on both budgets on, as I mentioned before, the 5th and the 8th.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Okay, next person, please.
Good evening, Hillary Lima, 31 Edward Street. I'm hoping Chief Heiss is still on the line. I just was hoping to get a little bit more information on a couple of line items. Specifically the ones seeing an increase, just wanted to learn a bit more. This is on page 34 of the new PDF, and that's water service, wearing apparel, and testing services. Hoping to get some more insight into those increases specifically.
Chief Heiss, you are with us. Thank you. And you'll have to unmute.
So what you were asking about?
Water service, wearing apparel, and testing services.
So water service, with the new building, we use more water. That's reason for that one. Wearing apparel is because we're hiring new officers, so they're going to need new uniforms and stuff. So we're looking to hire 3 new officers to replace the vacancies we have. And they'll be required to have new uniforms and be fitted. The other thing with the water service is fire suppression. This building has it. The old building did not have that.
Okay. And then is testing services related to getting the new officers on board, or is it related to COVID testing?
Nope, that's related to new officers, psychological tests, et cetera, that they will be required to have.
That's all my questions. Thank you very much for your detail on everything tonight. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you.
Ms. Lima. Are there any other members of the public?
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I just had one other thing. Yes, thank you. Just wanted to humbly request that moving forward with the budget process, we better time, as the sentiment has been echoed tonight, better time getting the materials out to not only the council but the public. If we find that we can't get the materials out ahead of a meeting in an appropriate enough amount of time, maybe we have to move the meeting. But it just seems to me this is one of, if not the most important thing that's voted on every year. And as someone who was making their own notes on the old version that was presented a few weeks ago, and then I was luckily able to get a copy from Mr. Marchant over the weekend, and then spent time in between meetings today in my own job trying to reconcile my notes with the new page numbers and the PDF and things that, it was tough. So I just hope that, I know it takes a lot of work to make these changes and put it together, but I would just hope that, we try to work together with each other, the town council and the administration to coordinate getting these out a little bit sooner. Just want to make sure we get the best amount of time and eyes and consideration on this. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Your points are well taken. The budget is an extremely important document for us, and these discussions are extremely important, not only for the council, but also for members of the public. But I do want to say that Ms. Mills and Mr. Marchant are very new on our staff, and we are greatly appreciative of the competencies and skills they're bringing. And I know that they have worked nonstop for the last 2 weeks to prepare a budget and to go over in fine detail all of these budget materials. The materials did go out over the weekend. We expect that we will be working on plans to get materials out much quicker and much sooner, and also to get them posted extremely fast so that members of the public will always have access to the same materials that we do. So we are working on that, and we will be improving as quickly as possible. But I do have to say that the work that these two professionals that we have with us have done is remarkable, considering the amount of detail that we do have and the amount of information that we have been provided to us that we didn't have before. So, so there's, I guess, there's a balancing point. People are working very hard.
It's, you know, setting up people for setting up success for everybody. I'm sure Ms. Mills and Mr. Marchant don't want to present something that they feel they had to rush to get through, and the council doesn't want to have to review something they felt they had to rush to review. So I think it's just setting everybody up for success, and that certainly isn't a knock on anyone's ability. It's just, you know, trying to work better together.
Thank you. Mr. Marchant?
I'm happy to set the expectation that next year we'll be at this point with the budget 2 months ago. So we'll have our budget very well prepared and vetted by the end of February, so that there's more than enough time to amply study it and ask all the questions so that we can move on to public education in the final stretch.
I appreciate that sentiment. Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public who would like to ask a question?
Hi, my name is Mark Lemoy, 34 Island Drive.
Hello, Mr. Lemoy. How are you this evening?
Good, and you?
Thank you.
My question is there any way that the public can find out the status from either the solicitor's office, town council, regarding the emergency motion that was filed by the town against Social Holdings regarding the Johnson's Pond water level situation? As you can imagine, I am frequently getting questions from residents and taxpayers, and I don't really have any answers. And we're hoping the town can, you know, come forward and provide some better information. I understand it is under litigation, but there's got to be some type of information that we could get regarding the situation.
We have on the call with us Mr. Wazeker, our administrative officer, who has been assigned by the town council to work on this issue. Mr. Wazeker, are you able to give any information at all?
Madam President, I would love to be able to give additional info, but at this time we are in litigation. We have processes going on, and I am not at liberty to release anything at this point. We have things in play, and there will, in the near future, very near future, we should be able to give some new data and new information out to the residents. But at this point, I cannot, and I think Mr. D'Agostino would back that comment up, that we cannot go any further because of the litigation.
Thank you. The members of the council understand that, but I just thought that if Mr. Lemoy heard you say that yourself, it would be helpful. So thank you so much.
Nope, I understand.
Okay, any other, Mr. Lemoy?
Is the town working with Rhode Island DEM on the matter?
The town is working with a number of partners on this issue. We're not really at liberty to say who the partners are with whom we are working at this particular time. We know that there are many anxious people frustrated through lack of information. We have discussed this, and we're basically saying as much as we could say at this time. And we understand that it's not as much information as the members of the public would like, but we're doing the best we can. But it's always on our mind. Every single meeting we are getting updates.
Okay, thank you, Madam President.
You're welcome.
As soon as we have additional information that we can release, it will be on the town's website as well as the town's social media pages. It will be out there almost instantly once once we can move forward with releasing that info. But at this point, no, unfortunately, we can't.
And Mr. Wazika and members of the town council, again, anything that the Johnson's Pond Civic Association can do to help, the situation, water level data, river flow data, we are certainly able to provide that and are available anytime to talk.
I appreciate that, sir, and thank you very much for that offer.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Lamoy, for the services that you are providing to the residents in Johnson's Pond as the head of the association. Good associations are always very valuable in our community. So thank you for your service and for your vigilance over this area. Any other public comment? Ms. Doucette?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I had two questions or
Excuse
just
me,
a
I'm
comment.
sorry. Excuse me, Ms. Doucette.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Your
yes.
address?
Yeah, Claire Doucette, 2 Laurie Avenue.
Thank you.
One is, I might have missed it, but I didn't see a line item for the electric bill for the new police station. So I know it's all electric heat now versus what they had at the old station. And the second comment is, can we have that fire district fees? That's a lot of money. Can that be broken down at some point? Like it's just a general amount of 428,000. I mean, what does that cover? I know what it covers, but is it salaries and other things involved in that amount?
We can post the contract on the town website.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Mills, are you able to address the question about the electric fees?
I would suspect that the electric, I mean, I'll have to dig into the bills, but most of the electric service and the bills go through the finance department right now.
But that should be a line item though, shouldn't it be on the police station? Because the fuel was there, oil and water.
Right, but I believe the electric is shown on the finance department because it includes all electric bills, but I can double check for that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Doucette, any other questions?
No, I'm all set. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us this evening. Are there any other questions for members of the public?
There are no more requests at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right, if there are no other comments this evening, I invite those of you who are joining us to please join us again at every one of our meetings. We have a meeting April 26th, and we also have one with the school committee on the 27th, and the municipal budget will be back on our agenda on May 3rd. May I have a motion from a member of the council to adjourn the public session to open the executive session?
Make the motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, roll call. Madam Clerk?
Kimberly Shockley,
Yes.
Jamie LeBlanc,
Yes.
Jennifer Ludwig,
Yes.
Ann Dixon.
Yes. Okay, members of, first of all, department heads, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you again very soon. Members of the council, please access the link that we have for the executive session that was sent to us. Thank you.
I did call Cody and he did pick up.
I'm back.
God.
I'm awake.
Thanks, Cody.
Okay, members of the council, may I have a motion to adjourn from the executive session at 10:27?
I will make that motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Any discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig,
Yes.
Mr. Shockley,
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon. Okay. Members of the public, the council met starting at approximately, what time do we actually, 9:30, for the following. Closed pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A1 on discussion between town council and the town manager of responsibilities and performance expectations. A discussion took place, no votes were taken. Council, may I have a motion to seal the minutes of the executive session?
I'll make a
I'll make a
motion.
motion.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Thank you so much. Discussion, roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig,
Yes.
Mr. Shockley,
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. Members of the council, may I have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Okay, roll call. Ms. Ludwig,
Yes.
Mr. Shockley,
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon. The motion passes 4-0. The meeting is adjourned at 10:28. And I am coming up with lots of ideas about how we can shorten our meetings. I know you don't believe it, but I've been working all weekend on this document. You gave me lots of good ideas. So it will happen. Everything will happen. You'll all be happy forever and ever.
Okay.
Amen.
Never.
Thank you.
Joanne.
It is a promise. Good night, everybody.
Good night.